Alright, should be live now, hopefully. Yes, alright, we're live. Okay, welcome back everyone. We are still in the ancient past with our good friends Emmet and Deus and Hermes and Medion. And also a bunch of side quests, including a blue one that I should probably do. Is this the only blue one currently? No, there's two. Okay. Give me these Aether Currents. You have a Gallicat. My, what a familiar essence you have. Like that of a familiar, if you're familiar with the concept. Okay. Oh, just my little joke. Shalyn, was it? I'm Hippothoe. Hippothoe. Mew mew! Yes, we were getting to that. Shalyn, say hello to our familiar friend here. She is an Elodorus. Elori are one of the newest creations, highly attuned to abnormalities in their environment. At the first sign of danger, they sound the alarm, by which I mean they mewl loudly. Though we do our best to observe all of our creations, Elpis is simply too large to maintain a constant vigil over each and every temperamental species. A more efficient means of detecting conflict between creatures was in order. Thus, I have taken this Elorus under my wing to further develop her capabilities in this area, and she does enjoy our little walks. This evening, we are testing her ability to pinpoint sites of conflict. Would you like to observe? Simply tell her that her task is begun and she'll do her utmost to locate disruptive creatures. Please do subdue any unruly subjects once you've found them. We can't have beasts running amok. Okay, Gallicat. Mew mew! Follow it and try not to fall far behind. Doop a doop boop 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 a doop boop 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 boop. Someone actually has the wolf pup minion out here? That's funny. Still traveling. It's gonna take me past the griffins. Is this where the Elpis was growing before? Possibly. Mew! It alerts you of two nearby creatures that are facing one another down and looks at you expectantly. So I have to kill them both. Okay. Hold on. This calls for my chocobo, which I somehow drag into the ancient past with me. Alright, that's the tree. And that's the griffin. Okay. She seems quite content, but in the name of science, what were the results? I killed a couple things. As I expected. Well done, little one. Magnificent creatures, both of you. What a shame we cannot give you a pair of tiny wings and a bell too, but it's against protocol, I'm afraid. Right, okay. These are enchanted with theirs at their birth, so they are able to acclimate properly. I'm certain you have your own unique potential to rise to, however. In fact, why don't you join us for another phase of testing? Oh, later. Much later. just snatching up these aether currents. Where's the other one? It is over there. That's a lot of side quests. Whee! More things to do off stream. If I ever fall behind in levels again, I suppose. Well, I'm about to hit 87. There should be another dungeon coming up soonish. As long as I am 87, I should be able to do it. Whee! And I am presuming that we will be able to travel back here whenever we want. Considering we've attuned to aetherites here. Although, why and how we can travel to the distant past, I am very uncertain. It's like, somehow the flow of aether can take us through time as well as space when we attune the aetherites. I guess. Or something. Alright. It's so peaceful here, though. Suckleys. Welcome, friend, to Anagnorsis. I am Sockles, and I manage the region under the authority of Chief Hermes, the head overseer of Elpis. And you are, oh, how unusual, a soul-bearing familiar. A familiar must have a mission, and yet you offer no message and carry no cargo. Are you perhaps here for the purposes of observation? Yes, that must be it. In which case, you need only mention my name to Charmian, and she will gladly give you a tour of our domain. Soak it all in. Let's see. Elpis. 2. So there will be 2 more quests that will get me things aside from, you know, the last quest here, which usually always has the last current. And eventually I'll be able to travel to the other half of the map, which is probably where the other 2 quests will be. To Summoner Hrothgar. Fascinating. Yes? Yes, what can I do for you? Shallon, is it? And Overseer Sockles wishes me to act as your guide? Oh. Oh, no, I didn't mean it like that. I would be more than happy to show you around. I was simply wondering why the Overseer chose to send you to me, of all people. I haven't been here long myself, truth be told. Until quite recently, I was wholly engaged in a prolonged research project at Academia Anadir. Surely there are other, more experienced individuals who could provide a more comprehensive... This grumbling is hardly constructive now, is it? The task that was given to me, and I will attempt to cover the most salient features of our facilities to the best of my abilities. After all, it is not every day that one is asked to indulge the curiosity of such a rare and fascinating visitor. Can we commence the tour at this very moment, if you like? We can commence the tour at this very moment. Blah, 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 blah. Then let us begin. You know, rather than have me lecture you as we walk along, I think observing firsthand what we do here in the Anagnorsis will prove more beneficial. I will point you in the right direction, and you can question my colleagues to your heart's content. Once we've completed a circuit, we can return and speak to Overseer Sockles. Charmian is now accompanying you, blah 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 blah. There's that fat platypus again. I still love it. That is a thing. Nikias. Charmian. Oh, and who is your friend? Azim's familiar? Why, you appear so astute and deliberate in your thinking. I should very much like to make an extended study of your composition and consciousness. Oh, do forgive my forwardness. It is my duty to chart the behavior of familiars, and I find it ever so diverting. Arcane servants are rarely permitted to roam the world at will, you see, but our research here is given special dispensation, once the subjects are properly registered as concepts, of course. There are times when familiars are tasked with tending cattle or must otherwise coexist with other living beings. Such projects are brought to me, and I am responsible for observing and evaluating their potential compatibilities. Oh, but of course, if Azim might grant us permission, then you could abide here for a few years while I analyze. On that note, we really must be moving along. Step lively, Shalyn. Yeah, I don't think Azim would much like to keep me here that long. Just saying. She really needs me to do things, you know. Yeah. Things. Paramonos. What do we have here? A familiar of some kind, judging by your ethereal structure? Yes, I am accompanying Shalyn here on a tour of the Anagnorsis, at the behest of the Overseer. A tour? Feel free to wander as you please, of course, but I advise keeping your distance from the larger creatures. The fauna I have under observation occupy the top tier of the food chain, and do not take kindly to intruders in their territory, especially the specimens found on other islands. They can be exceedingly hostile. While I am sure you are quite capable of defending yourself, no one appreciates a surprise tusk through the abdomen, eh? Thank you for the warning. We will proceed with due caution. Gunther Knox. That's not Papa Gunther, although he is also a Hrothgar. No. Papa Gunther is named Gunther Hobrach. Blaster. Hello, Charmian. Was there something? The seer asked that I give this familiar a tour of the grounds, and I thought the best way was to show her what we do here firsthand. I see. Well, as my work is rather difficult to demonstrate, I hope a brief explanation will suffice. Our creations are many and varied, but I mainly preside over the plant life. When it comes to watching certain grasses grow, one must be prepared to observe over the course of several years. In the case of trees, sometimes decades. Tedious, perhaps, yet necessary. Plants are capable of altering an entire habitat, and their presence as a food source has an enormous influence on the local wildlife. Was that the sort of thing you wished to know? Yes, that was perfect. Thank you. I think we covered the main areas of interest. All that's left now is to speak with Overseer Socles. Couple of quick and easy Aether Currents, honestly, as far as these quests tend to go. I see you've completed your tour. Almost. We spoke with those in charge of the various facets of the Anagnorsis, but I thought it would be fitting to end this visit where it began, with you, Overseer Socles. I see. And what is your impression of the work we do here? It requires equal levels of passion and patience. I am glad we could help you further your worldly education. And I am glad to see you enjoyed the experience. At least, I hope you did. You are truly a masterpiece of creation. Only a soul-bearing familiar could demonstrate such a robust cognitive and cogitative functions. Were you perhaps designed to inspire others? I feel something special has been woven into your aura. Shrug. You have an intriguing presence, to say the least. Please stay a while and share more of your thoughts with us. Yes, I second this invitation. In all the long years I have resided here, never have I encountered such a unique entity, and one of Azem's no less. Later. I'll I'll do it later. Probably not on stream. And there's my level. Hooray! I am ready for the next dungeon. Assuming that it's following Shadowbringers and that it'll give us the dungeons every odd level. See, this place is much prettier than Labyrinthos, I'm just saying. Labyrinthos has this... like, as much as it feels like a sort of natural place, it still has a sort of artificial quality to it. It's funny comparing this to the place on the moon where the trees are literally just crystal constructs that they call moons, to this place and Labyrinthos. It's just... they're all artificial spaces made to simulate natural environments, but they're all very different. It's just really fascinating. Alrighty. Were you able to get some rest? Please do not hesitate to let us know if you're feeling tired. I worry we might exhaust your scarce reserves of ether. The prodigal familiar returns, and after causing all manner of trouble while we were in our meeting, I'm sure. I'm glad Hermes saw the flowers. Thank you, Shallon. It will help, I hope. Today will be difficult for him. Gloves, okay. An all too brief interlude, perhaps, but it is time that I tend to my next task. As Emet-selch and Hythlodaeus are aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Lycan words. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Doros has followed the correct protocols, and as Chief Overseer, I can find no fault in his judgment. The Lycaons would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of the Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Hythlodaeus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet, whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Lycaons have served their purpose. Doros has already isolated the creatures and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. If you are resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Of course. Let us be off then. We will return to the main aisle. It's still just like, how did he change from this soft-hearted, compassionate man to I want to kill literally everyone, including myself? It's such a difference in his character. I feel like Meteoron probably had something to do with it. Just saying. Are these behemoths? Close, but I don't know. Doros, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4. The other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 Wonders. The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Shallan handle that one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me. If this is how it must end, then so be it. I love how Emmet just is entrusting tasks to me at this point. I will render assistance to emet-selch, unneeded though it is. Okay, but can we have Deus's hairstyle? Is that one we can have? That's a really cute hairstyle. Medion, you are to stay here with Doros. But Hermes! The Lycaons must be reverted. I would spare you their pain, and mine. This is my burden, not yours, but if you are intent on helping, then please, follow my lead. Never mind my wounds, they are easily healed. It's the Lycaons which concern me. Stay with Hermes, Shallan. He will need someone when the time comes. I appreciate your help, and lament that it is necessary. There it is, our quarry, within striking distance at present, but if it feels threatened, it may well flee beyond our reach. Here's my plan. You will approach slowly, in full view, and draw the Lycaon's attention. Now I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. But fear not. By my measure, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that will give me time to catch it unawares. Ready? Let us begin. Let's wait for the crowd to clear out just a little bit. Should be all for me.
Now. Forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten. In concept endure. To reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire.
Are you sure that's the best thing to be saying, Hermes?
Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high. Fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Fandaniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts. I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please, don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
But can I have Deus's hairstyle? It's super cute and I love it.
And you, my friend. I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
Am I still sticking with y'all like a puppy? Yes, I am. Almost as if Azem is here with you right now. It has been quite an exciting visit for you thus far. Oh, you weren't injured, were you? Good, good. The other Lycaons have been taken care of. The incident is resolved, and the life in Ilpis continues as normal. Or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? I'll hold on to it and crack it open when I leave this place. I don't feel like wearing gloves while I have this glamour on, and I don't have the false nails with me right now. I don't know what answer he's searching for, but if it is within our power to give it, but I believe he would make a fine Fandaniel, and that if he rejects us out of hand, we will all be lesser for it. Where to now? Is there anywhere you would like to visit before we leave? I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, then allow me to remain your humble guide. What of you, Shallan? Will you continue along with us? Sure. Wonderful. Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we will first head back toward Anagnorsis. Someday I will be able to fly through here. Wee. I still love this place. It's so pretty. It's like the most likable of these foresty park type environments that we've come across. Also the most like kind of otherworldly and unique. Didn't we part ways with Hermes not far from here? Given the size of Elpis, I expect our paths will cross again before long. From here we follow the path northwards to Notoneus. There we will find one of the teleporters which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need to use the device together once, and henceforth you will have leave to use it freely. Shall we? That seems like a kind of security risk, almost. It's like, trust one person to be able to use the teleporter, and then that person will bring an unwanted person through the teleporter, and then the unwanted person will wreak all the havoc. Just saying. It's just the security doesn't seem terribly smart, but then I guess all these ancients usually trust each other fairly well at this point. I don't know. We'll see. So many carbuncles! Unless the need is pressing, I won't be tracking Hermes with my ethereal sight. 'Tis poor manners to spy on someone's comings and goings in such a fashion. Don't ask. Social conventions notwithstanding, perceiving Aether requires deliberate and intense concentration, and we otherwise keep our eyes on the corporeal world. Here we are, Notoneus. This teleporter will take us to Calimelios Zephyrus, the western island. That's it right there, looming large over us. Step this way and we can soon admire the view from above. Teleporters everywhere. All the teleportation.
I present to you Calamelios Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos. Right then. Let's begin by...
Is a Spriggan.
Well,
Except
well.
they're called Spriggans.
An Arrayus. How delightful.
Arrayus, that's what they're called this time. That is a fish.
And what, pray tell, is that?
It is a giant
That's a
fucking
new
fish.
species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept.
Welp.
At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact. And then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight. Another, superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion. Here we are.
Oh, that's a thing that happened. Vana? Yeah, Vana, okay.
That was too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Banar, that we should meet you here.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work.
Oh, she was a member of the convocation before. Okay.
Banar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
Oh! Oh, that's fascinating.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, emet-selch. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is she, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later.
I'm glad they referred
if
to
you're so
that.
inclined.
Which means Elidibus is already
You know I am.
a part of the convocation. Okay.
Now then. You are?
I'm Azem's familiar.
I say, have you perchance come from the future?
Well, cat's out of the bag then, I guess.
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
That sounds rather like the blessing of light.
I see you are not ignorant to its presence. And while there are many protective spells, the one you bear is unmistakably mine.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
Indeed, I can't risk changing the world.
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting. I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
I love all their eyes, honestly. I love Deus's eyes best, though. I like the lavender color.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself.
Well, it's not like I could actually explain it very well to
As a representative
you.
of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Would you believe me if I said I was a Zem?
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos.
Stop pressuring me.
We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past.
You weren't exactly the one to send me here.
It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to. And quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
It's like, Emmett, did you know that I'm with your great-grandson? Lols? Your great-great-grandson is my child? Lols? And here I thought you were a harmless stray familiar. As far as I'm concerned, this nebulous talk of future, this and changing history can wait. That can wait. First, I mean to find out exactly who you are and what you hope to achieve here. The future. Our future. I am deathly curious to hear more. My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I cannot leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept-engraved crystal, and the quick-fingered Aureus which made off with it. An Aureus, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by all that business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us only to the Aureus. There's no guarantee it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the first floor just in case. Could I ask you to join the search? I would appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Alright, will do. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading to the point in Oikos. Let us meet up there once we have exhausted our efforts. Well, you let the cat out of the bag, Vena. What surprised me most was finding out that she was the previous Azem. Like, that I wasn't expecting. Which I guess, in a way, might actually imply that she and Azem were friends? I don't know, there's like so many piles of possibilities of things. It's just... so many things to consider. Also, I do love the mention of the volcano. Because there's that short story that talks about... Azem stole the concept from La Habrea. Stole the original idea of Ifrit to do it. Let's see. Where is this thing? I'm annoyed that there are large creatures about that I would probably have to fight. Leave me alone. Let's see. Somewhere in all of this. Oh, Aether Current. Yeah, it is a fun idea that it was... Vena is basically another... Like, she's not another version of us, but she's basically our inspiration. Oh, look, there's the thing. What concept is this, I wonder? Alright, I found it! Because of course I did. I'm always the one who finds the things. Riding on. Riding home. Who are these people? Let's consider it essential to exchange ideas with my colleagues regarding those reasons. The problem you present is vexing enough without adding the oldism into this equation. And she wonders why these lines upon my brow grow deeper when she herself wields the hammer and chisel. Oh, man. Oh, dear Emmett. The Azims, both mentor and student, are a force to be reckoned with. I find them a delight personally, but they have a habit of making emet-selch look as if he's bit down on a sour grape. Yep. President Azim loves to glomp him out of nowhere in my head. She just does it. Our last searcher returns. I'm afraid the Aureus no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find it as I followed in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better. Who do you think I am, Vena? The crystal. Well done. Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without missing that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? It's my job. It's what I do. Traveling and searching go hand in hand. You travel often, then? It seems we have something in common. You have no idea. Long ago, when I held the seat of Zem, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet I am still eager to continue running should an old acquaintance or a new interest require my personal attention. That's what brings me to Elpis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinions sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is, the way one thing leads to another. Wouldn't you agree? I still say the same things? Yep, you do. Okay. Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, 'tis time I returned this stolen property. If you would go on ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to that task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. Sure, but first, Aether Currents. There are more Aether Currents to be had here. Northeast. Is that a Gorpiker? Yep. Look at the Gorpikers. Gorpikers everywhere. While we're here, we attune to the Aetherite. Because again, we can follow the ethereal flow back in time, apparently. Because reasons. Nope, don't stop looking at that. Look at the Aetherite. There we go. East. It's probably up here somewhere. If I were to guess. Yep, there it is. Southeast, okay. Medusa? Why are you calling these things Medusas in this timeline? Continuing southeast. East. This way. There it is. West. Minotaurs are still called Minotaurs, at least. That's a name that never changes. That is a large thing. Are you a mark? No, you're just normal. Just giant enemies, normal things. Didn't notice me. Oh well. Let's see. Northwest, this way. West 54. Ah, there it is. It's up there. That's a pretty waterfall. And like I said, this place is so pretty. Yeah, sharks are still sharks as well. Yeah, that is the thing that it looks kind of like the thing that Rinda Ray fought. That's a good point. Stop chasing me, things. Northeast. 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 This way. Ah! Directionally challenged, as usual. I think this is the last one, if I counted correctly. I'll have to double check, but... there's still so much map to explore. Oh, there's also teleporter. North. We can't go that far north. Teleporter? I guess this teleporter I haven't used yet. Okay. But yeah, cannot go that far north. So we'll have to teleport there. But that is in fact the last one. So. I love how all the Amaranthine Aetherites still look like this. Or the ancient Aetherites, I guess. Alright. Where are you, Vana? Mama Heidelin before you became Mama Heidelin. Deus? You needn't be nervous around Vana. Those white robes mark her as one of fair and impartial reasoning. Aside from the emissary Elidibus, such garb is worn only by those who have stepped down from public office to serve as advisors. Whatever you have to say, she will listen without judgment. Yes, this will be far more comfortable than interrogating you on the side of the road. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I put on some tea. Answers.
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Is it chai? Is it the magic chai?
Not that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
I guess as much as I can, comfortably. Decisions. We're not forced to flee the star yet. We still hold out hope that we can remain here. I feel like I'm kind of wondering what Vana's reaction to telling her about the sundering will be, because she's going to be the one who causes it herself, on purpose. The world has been sundered, broken into shards.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
Well, that's present day. 20 hours later. And I killed Zodiark.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future, whence she came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which she must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any, but we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
I mean, you did sunder
Even
the star.
the 14 failed. Mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale?
Yeah, Emmett. Not ready to believe.
Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman.
Of course you
To
do.
sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable? Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me.
It is so, Emmett.
But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
You think I could have made all that up on a whim?
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
Hermes and Medion are somehow involved.
Hermes and his creation Meteon, you say? If Dynamis is the self-same energy as Akasha, as it likely seems, then those two may well be at the center of the calamity to come. This warrants further investigation. With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. And suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If Emet-selch is the man Azam described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Again, my Azam's greatest fear was that people would start forgetting her true name, and it just... the way they so naturally always refer to her as Azam just kind of almost validates that fear. Like, actually give her a real name, but it just feels that way to me. Shall we begin our investigations, then? I am acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we fall back on tried-and-true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Medion, and I have a good idea where we can begin. Suddenly, more side quests! But no blue ones, as far as I can tell. $8 billion side quests. actually be a good idea, summoning your Ancient One as a minion here. I see the woman standing in... the woman standing in front of yonder building. Her name is Esmene. She is the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go on and ask your questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but I leave the choice of topic up to you. Questions for me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. Following event cannot be skipped. You're doing that a lot. Greetings, Esmene. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge her. Certainly, Mistress Vana. Anything to be of service. What is it you wish to know? What are Hermes' interests? His interests? Well, he is an authority on flying life forms and has expansive knowledge of living creatures in general. Is that what you wish to know? How would you describe him as a person? As a colleague? He is a quiet man. Reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? How long has Medion been here? I cannot rightly say. As the chief's personal creation, Medion has not been subjected to observation and study like other concepts. So one day, she was simply there. And what do you make of her abilities? I understand that she is a highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with this talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies. I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had the occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. Do you trust him? I beg your pardon? I've known Chief Hermes for many years. Though I cannot say we are close, he has never withheld information to the detriment of our duties, if that is what you mean. Forgive us. We seem to have veered slightly off course here. Perhaps there is someone who could tell us more about Medion. That would be Timaeus. He has similar expertise with flying concepts and is more than eager to discuss the subject. You'll find him conducting his observations on the banks of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and insight. Think nothing of it. If there is aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, Shalyn. I think we have taken enough of Esmene's time. Our investigation is off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with resident observers if you could track down the colleague Esmene mentioned. Though I feel compelled to take the reins of that previous conversation, your fearless style of interrogation will eventually lead you to the answers you seek. All I ask is you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you've finished speaking with this Timaeus. Yes, I'm Timaeus, but please keep your voice down. You'll startle the birds. Cannot be skipped. Ask the questions. So what is it you wish to speak about? Is it true you're an expert on flying creations? Also, they like playing this track a lot. I really like this track. As a fellow enthusiast, are you? Well, settle in. We can discuss the finer points of this fascinating craft. My deep abiding love of avian artistry can be traced back to when I was but a young boy, stricken by the transcendent beauty of the glorious golden-feathered creature my father had designed. It was then and there that I vowed to one day surpass that masterpiece. Launches into a rambling and unstoppable discourse. And thus did I discover an observer's role here in Elpis, and at last realized my childhood ambition. Here, the dreams I once dreamed are an everyday reality, in which I find fulfillment through research and creation of new flying life forms. An abridged recounting of events was doubtless to your disappointment. Is there any specific part you would like me to expound upon? You were hoping for my opinion of Chief Hermes' creations, then why didn't you say so? Those beings which soar through the cloud, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varied in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefited from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, all without riding the currents. I know none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. Medion 2 is a marvel, then. My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Medion as a concept, I have never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Medion's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny. Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Do you know of Dynamis and Entelechis? Dynamis and Entelechis. Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? Only by me. Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to. Well, I learned something, maybe. Yep, I did in fact break rule number 1. And it was fun. I don't regret it. I don't regret having him talk my ear off. This just looks like it would be a fun place to live. Oh no, someone's got that mount. Run! Run before it comes and eats me! Ah! Good timing. I finished my own investigations not long ago. So, have you any new findings to share? I see. Even an expert in the field has little understanding of Medion's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions were resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Medion as his personal project, and could provide no details beyond those which you have just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis, and the Entelechis which can control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes, it would seem. Thus I am inclined to stay our current course and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. On that subject, is there aught else of note you can tell me about Medion, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? She and her sisters were created to journey to the stars in search for intelligent life. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? So these siblings of her now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unsolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Peripetia Crystalline. Not far from here, just follow the path to the west. These names, they're a mouthful, aren't they? So many side quests. So many side quests have popped up. If I wasn't streaming, I'd be compelled to do them all as soon as they pop up, but I don't want to. I want to keep on topic with these streams, so I can ramble through side quest land later. This tower and the one further along are both part of Peripetia Crystalline, the facility where they archive all of Elpis's observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we're here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lesson short and see what those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there anon. So they're kind of like the anti-tower. Fascinating. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Indeed. So if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what is it you wish to speak with me about? Chief Overseer's personal research project, and by that I assume you mean Medion. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Medion appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although, I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galene shared with me. Galena is my partner, and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Medion heavensward, a host of them. For several days she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as the most beautiful one of the most beautiful specters she had ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mistress Vana, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray, do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me with a retelling of this sight that so delighted your Galene? Of course. Or you could hear it from her lips directly if you prefer. I At present, she is observing a subject in emet-selch. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty water of the world's oceans recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Fana. Even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well-deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly we have prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as Azem. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed serve as a basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. Aye, I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honored. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Galene in person? Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It will take you up to the Skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful, thank you. Guy was just saying, I can't wait for the day you die! Ah, that's not awkward at all, is it, Vana? The other archivist said not we hadn't already heard, but this story of Galene's sounds promising. I have opened the pathway to the sky. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the skyway and you will find yourself at the entrance of emet-selch. Galene will be eager to share her tale with you, I am sure. It is pretty here. Oh look! The constellations are still in the sky. That's interesting. There are much fewer stars, but the constellations are constant. The tower ahead is still part of Peripetia Crystalline. We will need to ask for passage through to the upper tier. Mr. Svana, just passing through? Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or two out on the upper skyway. This is also a really nice weather. It is called, I think this is Umbral, yeah, Umbral Wind. I think this weather also happens out on the Sea of Clouds. Or at least a similar weather. This is a lot more noticeable here, though. Ooh, these lampposts. So pretty. That door leads to the Thalassai, but perhaps we could trouble this person for assistance with finding Galene. Mr. Svana, I was not told to expect... We would have preferred an official welcome. Please, there's no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galene, if that might be arranged. Yes, Galene. Of course, I will inform her immediately. But she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us. Indeed, I like that the weather's cleared up.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
As beautiful as ever.
I swear I could hear the glimmer in your eyes and the adoration in your voice. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
I knew they were going to play answers probably a lot in this expansion. And I was right. Pretty much every time Vana/Hydaelyn shows up. Oh, doing the Ashafan emote. Oh. Oh, that stabbed me in the heart. Oh.
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word.
Her eyelashes are white.
As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without, immense yet intimate. Fate, perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day. So very long ago now.
Actually, I think she has Varys' hairstyle.
Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new. And so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. A moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Pray forgive my lateness.
And we didn't give the answer.
My
Hey,
observation
another person with my
subject
hairstyle.
was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, yes, I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone. Like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up. Then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Matea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
Yeah, I wish there was a mask with a visor option sort of thing on it. That would have been a nice little touch. But yeah, I also think they didn't want it, since their eyes are unique, the Ancients' eyes are unique, they probably didn't want to have to try to model all the different color possible eyes for everyone or something. That's another thing reason why they put in the masks. Because they are very bright and colorful. So another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others, which suggests that someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter a more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. That is a good question. I mean, we know that in my present time he went crazy and just wanted to kill everyone, but this version of him just seems so compassionate and wants everyone to be living and thriving and at peace. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the media. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Galena says she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at that same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? Why do they feel the need to give this horse 6 legs, though? Too many legs, especially since it's supposed to fly. Has so many limbs. It's like a spider. It literally has 8 limbs, 9 if you count the tail. Now, if I were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? Ah, what about that one? Have you the means to fly? 'Tis quite a distance away. No, not yet. I have one more Aether Current and a few more quests to do. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos. Hey, Doggo! We have our doggo back! My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Shallan here over to that island? Oh, that's why Doggo recognized me and gave me that mischievous smile. I love it. Stubborn creature. There is no place in this great star we have not together traveled, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. I saw Argos on the moon. What? You've ridden him before? Ah, your before, meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. 'Tis certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here and now, a quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. What? Demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you are worthy of his back. And besides, I might even teach you a thing or two in the bargain. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember, a memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? Choose your battlefield. I'm always eager for a fight. I get to fight Heidelin herself. I admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I will await you in the clearing over yonder. Okay, I guess I shall have fun. See what awaits me here. Alright, but solo instance, huh? Shall we begin? Be warned, I'll not go easy on you. Alright, let's see how this goes. Level sync 88.
Let neither side hold back.
Oh, wow.
My blade sings!
True blink. Arc.
My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different. No quarter. Have a taste.
She is doing dancing moves.
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
And now she's gone white mage? Yes, white mage. Ow. good spot. Okay.
Prepare yourself.
Oh, this is gonna follow me. Oh boy. She's blood lilying. Oh, this is I am still in pain. True stone. Probably should have dashed.
We've only just begun. Come at me with your all.
True Link, what was this again? Oh, right, this. Okay. Alright, this should be fine.
My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
We're just cycling through now until I finally manage to get you killed. You are dancing again. We're gonna do this madness again.
Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
Oh, one got to her, dang it. That's not good. I'm probably gonna fail this because considering how many things have gotten to her at this point. Too many things got to her, I'm sure.
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will! You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
Okay. Oof. Ah, okay. That was intense, but I did it.
Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you. One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, her strength was astounding.
Well, I am her after all.
As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
Dog cloned itself. Yay, doggo. Good doggo.
Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
Well, it explains why he helped me on the moon. Good doggo. Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where the media took their departure into the sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we would find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us rather than against us. That is true too. He has reins like braided into him. It's just like Vana was very creative with making him. Let's move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below and give us a smooth ride over to the Isle. Dagos! Argos motions to his back with his muzzle. You've been given the go-ahead to hop on. Not yet. Gotta text Vana. Climb onto Argos' back and we can be off. You know, I honestly cannot remember the last time he carried anyone but me. And it has become foggy. Again. Yay! Fogginess. At least the golden fog is interesting. Isn't it pleasant? Argos certainly seems to think so. What was the name of that tree? Noe something. Oh, no. Noetophoron. Quite a striking specimen, is it not? Brace yourselves for the landing, and wouldn't want you tumbling off at the last moment. Yes, I know how to ride flying creatures, Vana. Despite not being able to fly here, I have been able to fly in other places.
Quite a small place. lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before? So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you.
I don't even know
Come
how
and
to get back
stand
to my
before
present
me.
time. Except for go back to where I came in from.
There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether.
Hey, an actual explanation as to how the echo
As
works.
memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
Are we actually going to learn how to use the echo at will?
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness. Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us.
Dragons.
Diverse in form and culture. Possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
So, what is your opinion?
Hermes is a gentle soul, and yet...
I understand. He is a gentle soul, and well-intentioned. Yet it does not take ill intent to beget ill. We must consider the possibility that something may have gone awry. Perhaps it was oversight, or simply an accident. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution.
But we can't
Then it is settled.
prevent
Let us seek
the
out
final
our friend
days,
with all
otherwise
swiftness.
my world will no longer
Could not do
exist.
to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we could do worse than to look in Xistis Hyperborea, the largest facility. It stands in Ethocykletos Borea, the Northern Isle. Boreas, the Northern Isle. I wonder, Shalyn, for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined for release into the world, did you not question how they find room for them all on so few islands? The answer lies in the Xistis itself. I touched upon the practice back before at the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. 'Tis there, within those sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer and most of Elpis' observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is via teleporter north of Pointin Oikos. Alrighty. Get to go to that last place where I'm sure that last aether current is waiting for me. Double check. Oh, those two have shown up. Alright, where are they? Alright, let's go get those aether currents. Look at the endless piles of side quests out there. Goodness. So many side quests to get done. I don't suspect I'll run into a dungeon in this area, considering I can't have my trust companions here. So... Oh, here's an NPC with their mask off. Or, like, a not terribly important character. You're a visitor, too, aren't you? Perhaps you might be willing to help me, then. Did you see a blue-haired woman in the area? She wouldn't have been wearing a mask. I see. She and I are students of Academia Anator, and we had intended to spend our downtime visiting Elpis together. We were just on our way when she realized she forgot something back in Agnanoryssus, so she ran back, and that was the last I saw of her. She can be a bit, how shall I put it, scatterbrained, so she may well have simply gotten lost on her way back. I would rather not search for her myself what if she comes back while I'm away. So if it isn't too much trouble, perhaps you could be so kind as to look for her. Like us, she won't be wearing a mask, so should stand out a touch. You'll find her in the area of Philomethes Notos, in all likelihood. If you do come across her, could you help her out a bit? See if she makes it back. Way out there. We go find the teleporter and teleport and do the stuff and things. Teleport. Is this Yoshi P's vision of heaven? Well then. Alright, person, where are you? Oh, you're right there, okay. Yes, can I help you? Oh wait, do you need directions somewhere? Not to be rude, but I beg of you, ask someone else. I happen to be lost myself. Your friend's looking for you. What was that? A woman asked you to come and find me? That would be my friend, no doubt. How embarrassing. I had hoped to keep this hopelessly directionless side of myself under wraps. I feel terrible leaving her like that, but I'd clean forgotten a task from one of my professors. I rushed back to collect the item I was asked for, which I found thankfully, but got rather turned around when attempting to return. But don't you worry about me, I'll be just fine on my own. Now, if I'm right, then following this road east will lead me to a teleporter. I think. I know. I have business with your friend anyway, I can escort you. You mean it? Truly? Well, that is... if you're heading in that direction anyway, I don't see why I shouldn't tag along. Oh no, please, after you! If I'm able to get as far as the teleporter that connects to Point in Oikos, I should be able to make it the remainder of my trip on my own. Now, would you mind? Now accompanying you, alright. They really like using these fun new toys they've made, the following mechanic, the mechanics where you follow someone else, the riding on the automated riding on a mount through an overview of the area. That's not what I meant to hit. That's what I meant to hit. Let us see your sprint animation. Especially since we're being followed. Yeah, that's true. It would be nice if you could just stick them on the mount and just go, but oh well. It would also be nice if they could follow you through Aethernet jumps, but you know. What a relief it is to see a familiar sight. I should be alright without you from now on. After all, it's just a straight shot from here to Point in Oikos. Goodness, an earful I'm going to get from my friend. I've kept her waiting far too long. Well, I really should hurry. She is owed an explanation and a heartfelt apology. Do come see us, though. I would like to thank you properly. If only I could pull out my lunar whale and have them ride with me, lols. Maybe in future installments when they refine this process. This is a new and shiny mechanic, so maybe they'll be able to fix it up in the future. I should have been upfront with my friend and simply told her why I went back. My blasted pride so often gets in the way. Thank you for your help. Truth be told, when my friend had first dashed off, I had assumed it was because she had forgotten an assignment from Mitron. Lo and behold, I was right. We are studying at the Words of Mitron in Academia Anator, learning all we can about the engendering of aquatic life in that self-same master. Honestly, though, I have no idea why Mitron would ask me to procure a flower of all things, and one that's still undergoing testing in Elpis. It's very beautiful, yes, but what does that have to do with ichthyology? Ichthyology. Ugh. Well, nothing, but that's the point, surely. It must be intended as a present. One meant for Logriff. Mitron is hopelessly enamored, as we all well know. We do? Well, this is certainly news to me, though now that you mention it, I suppose I have seen sparks between them. I wonder why I never noticed before. That settles it. We need to hurry back and begin an in-depth observation of their romantic entanglements. I can't believe I wasted all this valuable research time lost among the trees, and I would have wasted even more if not for you, good lady. Now that my friend and I are together again, we can go back to the Academia and deliver the flower to Mitron before it wilts. Ah, but before we rush off, a reward. You certainly deserve it. Oh... Things that we already knew because we did the raid. The relationship between Mitron and Logriff. Look at all these side quests! Oh my gosh! I'd be doing side quests for at least 2 hours, I'm sure. Oh my goodness. Fine, I'll go around the normal way. You almost have Artura's hairstyle, except you have that little braid thing. Interesting. Yeah, you can tell the visitors from the workers based on whether or not they're wearing a mask. Myra. Well, this is a pickle. Whatever am I to... Please tell me you're here to deliver a message from Cleon. You are a familiar, yes? Asim's familiar? Oh, and I do like the name Shallan. But if you belong to Zem, then what has become of our visitor from Amarat? He was meant to arrive some time ago. Our wildlife subjects are accustomed to the presence of long-term observers, but when someone from outside Elpis comes to visit, the reactions can be somewhat unpredictable, and occasionally violent. Would you be so kind as to track down Cleon and see that no harm has befallen him? Visitors don't wear masks, so he should be easy to spot. And if you do happen to find him in the process of being mauled, you have my permission to terminate the offending subject. Safety first. You can kill it! Go find Cleon. That is an interesting plant. Look at all the minotaurs! So many minotaurs! Look, Cleon is being assaulted by a minotaur! Okay, he does look sufficiently afraid. Get back out here, Quester. for taking the initiative. I wasn't sure about the etiquette of destroying a creature under observation. I am Cleon, recently arrived from Amarat. I assume Myra sent you to fetch me. I see. Well, we had best not keep her waiting any longer. Fear not, I will avoid upsetting any more local inhabitants. I love how my robe clips through the horse's butt. It's kind of random and funny. How many side quests are here anyway? Goodness! At least maybe that'll get me some levels for one job or another. This is Myra, yes? Shalyn, thank you for seeing to the safety of our guest. Indeed, my hesitancy to act would have ended poorly had your messenger not been there to shield me. And I'm certainly glad she was. Now, shall we proceed to the business of the day? I believe you had some concerns regarding your personal creations. Yes, as embarrassing as it is to admit, I was worried that the concepts I registered with the Bureau of the Architect may not be fit for release into the wild. Oh, you needn't feel embarrassed. You wouldn't be the first visitor we've had who expressed difficulty in helping their children leave the nest. We can look in on them right now if you'd like. I should like that very much, but I do have one request. When you swooped in to rescue me from the beast, I was treated to an impressive display of battle prowess. An entity with your strength and instinct would be perfect candidate for evaluating the worth of my modest creations. I must insist that you join us. Maybe in a while. What a fascinating notion. Yes, I quite agree with your assessment. Then we all go together, whenever you're ready, Shalyn. That'll be a little while. I only did it for the current. I'll be back off stream at some point, I'm sure. But for now, Vana awaits me. Teleporter appears to be the teleporter Vana told you about. Motes of light yet hang in the air, suggesting the device was but recently activated. Let's go. Ah, good. The teleporter acknowledged you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way to Xistis Hyperborea, we follow this path, then turn left at the crossroads. Actually, before I do that, south. There it is. Yes, only the one left. So we are probably about to be finished with this place. we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask after Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. Take it this is Deus and/or Emmett? Nope, both of them. How y'all doing? Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation of Medion, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appears to possess the chief's depths of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or so saith the illustrious emet-selch. Emmet? Really? According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hythlodaeus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits that description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth, and would have known had Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscience wish for the world to end. Of that I am certain. It seems there is more to the tale after all. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. Yeah, we all know Emmett actually likes us. We just remind him too much of us, Em. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. 'Tis time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Thank you for your understanding. Save your thanks. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story. But as emet-selch, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. And Deus just laughing in the background. Oh, Deus. I just want to see the three of them together. I want to see them glomp him. How lovely. Our merry duo has become a quartet. Past disagreements are no reason to reject collaboration in the here and now. I commend emet-selch for his practicality. Do not approach me, do not speak to me, and do not dare presume to treat me as a friend. I am merely carrying out my duty. You're just so tsundere. This is the most tsundere ever. I think the time for a leisurely exploration is past. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is. On the next isle over. Medion is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Mesopsis Euros from the device at the bottom of the slope. Oh, there's a sightseeing spot. I need to be able to fly to get to that one. Now, Yeah, how did the guy in Charlian give us a sightseeing log for these places? I'm just saying. This appears to be the teleporter. Yes, let's go. Mesopsis Euros is interesting in that it is the only region in Elpis which lacks a researcher hub. This is largely due to the nature of its observation sites, within which they let loose creatures anticipated to be unruly and dangerous. I have also heard tell that the area is kept deliberately sparse in the event that, well, let's just say that no one should live near the teleporter, which provides access to a certain facility. Well, you expect me to praise you and your progress. On the contrary, I'm simply surprised you made it this far. Then again, even with you slowing her down, there's no denying that Vana is an accomplished researcher. Her wealth of wisdom and experience is unmatched, and her achievements in creation magics, in any field, frankly, are nothing short of extraordinary. Though the singular brilliance which sets her apart can make her motives somewhat impenetrable at times. As her student and successor puts it, she is a force of nature, at once so close and at the same time so very distant. More talking about Azem, and I love it. I just wish we could meet ourselves, but we can't. They're close by, within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Shellen, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance of convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But the creations in there are not exactly... Then again, perhaps Shellen can handle them. She did survive a bout with Vana, after all. Off you go. Off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. Well then. Yes, I did survive fighting Vana. I did it on normal, which kind of surprised me. Alright. That is... so many ugly things. Did these things just spawn and attack me? Or did... Why are they aggroed on me? Leave me alone. I'm just looking for a guy and a bird girl. Ah! Riotous Morble. Okay, leave me alone. Somewhere in here. Ah, there they are. Now if I could just get this Riotous Morble off my tail. Shellen, where did you come from? Shellen, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hythlodaeus and emet-selch company. An important matter, and unrelated to my decision on Fandaniel, you say? Then yes, I will come, as soon as my work here is finished. It will not be long, I promise, but you should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. Whatever your work here is, watch this thing he's doing winds up being the thing that triggers the final days and kills us all. Moles. was prepared to swoop in if need be, but 'tis clear you face your fair share of monstrous opponents. What is that ghastly odor? Hey, I didn't get bad breathed. It's not me. You spoke with Hermes, then? And were briefly entangled with the denizens of the Hungry Garden as well, I see, or I should say smell. I cannot speak for certain Convocation members, but I, for one, am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray that things will take a turn for the better. For as fascinating as it would be to meet emet-selch, who would recreate Amarat in the depths, of the ocean, I think it best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. Be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone. Naive hope that it is. But we can't unmake my current world because then people... Well, I have concerns. Why am I always so forward-thinking? I simply wish to enjoy all that life has to offer. Hermes said he would not be long, yes? Then we shall wait here until he emerges.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity. If one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are, and why you came.
As long as it doesn't unmake our reality.
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. the source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the self-same negative emotions. Elsewise, it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm.
Well,
I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts.
this isn't good.
May we please be friends?
Meteon. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
Gee, it feels like being infused
Steady,
with all the
Meteor.
light.
Steady.
Again, becoming a light warden again.
So scared. So lonely. The pain. It's too much. Why? Why do we... Hurt. This is wrong. All wrong.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Yep.
Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteon also employs dynamis. That would explain why you were able to hear her, when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down.
Alright, we'll do.
Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
I feel like that might potentially be a bad idea, but you know. Whee! Well, okay. This is going wrong fast. calm your mind, your senses questing for any hint of Medion's presence. But you failed to hear her voice. She must be elsewhere. I've strained my senses to their limits, but found nothing. You must calm your mind that you might hear it, that you might feel her silent voice. It seeps into my mind. Our voices reporting. No, no! Hermes mustn't hear them! I have to run! To hide! Medion's anguished voice grows distant as the source seems to flee down the slope. You strain to catch even the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Medion's voice. She must be elsewhere. Greetings and salutations. Commencing report. Oh no, we can't tell them that. We must run. Run far away. Get back here, child. Please, don't follow me. Medion's anguished voice fades as you sense her climbing to the top of the ridge. Child? I know technically you're not a child, but at the same time you are a child, so... It's usually not the first one you come across, but might as well check. This is an exercise in futility. You have to be the one to find her, Shallan. Follow her voice. come to this? Is this the reason we traveled the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be. English voice drips away south, continuing to follow child. I feel like I'm just going around in circles. Whee! Oh, that's a thing. Wasn't expecting that to be a thing. Leave me alone, thing. Gee, I wonder where I'm supposed to be going. Compiling report for dissemination to Hermes and all peoples of Aetherius. Processing expedition data. Preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations. Formulating answers to the question. Finalizing report. No, Shellen, you mustn't listen! English voice flees toward the lake. Any sign of Medion? Panicked and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what did you make of the situation? The media are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them all across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. How might we access this shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being, directly. In the media's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down the Medion we just lost, we have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell her sisters, no way to provide directions or guidance. Then we had best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. A frantic search will avail us little. We must be cleverer about this. 'Tis a shame there is no registered concept we could use to create another Medion, assuming, of course, we could link her to the shared mind. But no, if it were a viable solution, Hermes would surely have suggested it. In the final days, Aether is twisted by the invasion of dynamists from beyond the star, its progress intensified by the feelings of fear and despair and anguish. Nay, not like the picture which emerges with these latest pieces. Nay, I like not the picture which emerges. Oh, my dear Median, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? Correct me if I'm wrong, but Median renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we not then disrupt her concealment with a surfeit of ether, much how emet-selch solidified your presence when we first met you? Don't be absurd. I can hardly channel ether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. Shalyn will continue the search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once she ascertains Median's likely location, you proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. Very clever, and thankfully she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing toward Letha. Assuming she is made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. Then we have our plan. Shalyn and emet-selch will be our tracker and trapper respectively, while we others predict and obstruct Median's avenues of escape. Emet-selch and I will keep an eye on each other's ether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw Median and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down ether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. Emet-selch is following me. Whee! Emet-selch is my friend. Man, 30 minutes goes by really fast. Why can't I fly? Are my functionings being restricted? Hide. Yes, I'll just have to hide then, where no one can find me. English voice, the water's edge. She went into the lake? As if this wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expanse should make her easier to find. We won't lose her this time. We should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rocks at the water's edge. Do not even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days or no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I swear I will feed you to a remora. Oh, Emmett, you are so tsundere. Ugh, the indignation to drag my robe through the water. Hythlodaeus better not breathe a word of this to him. Still, mild humiliation will be the least of our concerns if we fail to get our hands on Median. Oh, my goodness. Rocks. I'm guessing he wants me to go down those rocks and not just go straight down the falls. And thankfully, only Graha's had the levitation glitch, which might not be a glitch at all because he might just be doing his levitation spell, lols. Convenient just how shallow this lake happens to be. Follow, wander, stumble, listen. That's lyrics from Answers. Okay, then. Not here. I'm not here. Please. That way. By that rock, is she? Very well. Snap. What? Why can't I hide? There's no need to run, Median. Shalyn? What are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry. I'm not strong enough. Stay away. I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It will break him. His poor, fragile heart. Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst. Yeah, Graha's the only one who's done the levitation glitch for me. When we were going around Radzatan, he was just floating everywhere, and it was super funny. And I got the joke that he was doing his levitation spell. That is a good question. One I guess we will soon discover. The end of the world. Oh, there's a remora that he was going to feed me to. Alright, I'm going to climb up. Hezekiah's better not dare tell Azem about this. After median, Hezekiah and I will coordinate our movements. Oh, that was too funny. I'm glad I decided to talk to him. No, go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Stop trying to attack me with my Emmet time. Is this teleporter not in use? It seems to have been left to the mercy of the elements. Either way, it bears no trace of Median's essence. We move on. There, I see her. Let's make Emmet sprint! Sprinting Emmet! I do love, like, normally when you use Peloton, it doesn't make you use a sprint animation, but it makes your followers use sprint animation. That is amusing to me. Alright, when in doubt, find the group of people.
Aha! Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
This is not terrifying at all for her.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please... please, protect them. Protect them all.
It's my job, it's what I do.
Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all... dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteion, enough! Suspend your mission, and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteion back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteion. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
Some of the descriptions remind me of what President Fandaniel's attitude was.
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteion. Not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
You fool!
If all Hermes means to do is listen to Meteion's report, then it is in his right to do so. But once he receives the answers to his question, what then? The fate of the world may very well hinge upon the choices he makes in that moment, and we must be there when he makes it. Why, Hermes? Why could you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assuage the pain that you feel when a creation is returned to the ether? Had you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. And here's the last ether current. Hermes has headed to XIV. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop and likely arrived at the uppermost point of the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteion is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty to safeguard this star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Vina, Shallan? 'Tis clear we stand upon a precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Meteion's is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase. And even if neither Hermes nor Meteion is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Why do I get the feeling that we're about to head into a dungeon and these are going to be our trust companions? Why do I get that feeling? Agreed on all counts. To Kitsis Hyperborea we go. Which makes sense Because Vana would be an all-rounder just like Graha, because we've seen her use a DPS, a healer, and a tank job in that fight. So, yep. Okay then. I mislike the look of this. Judging from the crowd, something is afoot. And not just talking about the players, lols. I saw not out of the ordinary. Does anyone know what caused it? What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Kitstis? Mistress Vana, I am so glad you are here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and Kitstis was put on a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes doing, obviously. And what does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Kistis scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything else and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. Then consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes and must enter the premises regardless. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell of his, we're not like to be at our fighting best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I've little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Then you will put that talent of yours to good use. You were fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled? Now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You all need only make the most of your strengths, and I will fill in the gaps as required. I was once a Zem, after all. 'Twas my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, emet-selch, can impress us with your arcane mastery. You lob potent spells as easily as breathing, but can also channel that power in a protective manner if you so choose, yes? Well, yes, should the situation call for it. So he's going to be just a black mage? Excellent. That should cover us on all fronts. Your tale led us here, Shallan, so 'tis only right you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we'll win through to Hermes and Medion. And then we will face the future together. Whee! Dungeon time! Hooray! Bleak as the contents of Medion's report may be, many could hear it and remain content with their lives. But not Hermes. For him, the veneer of perfection has long been cracked, and it was to the distant heavens he looked for a means to repair it. I understand his anguish after a fashion. My own refusal to return is in opposition to the world's established order. Yet for me, the imperfections only enhance the fragile beauty of our star. I will fight to see it delivered from destruction, warts and all. I said that Hermes was likely perched somewhere at the highest point of the facility, but reaching him will be no mean feat. To put it simply, Kistis Hyperborea contains a multitude of vast spaces linked together at the seams, meaning the interior is far more massive than even this grand structure might otherwise suggest. But even a colossal facility filled to the top with savage creations will not stop you, not with Vana and emet-selch at your side. And I will be there too, of course, cheering you on. From the moment we met you, our visit has devolved into a never-ending series of complications and irritations. In spite of this, I have gained one useful thing, an awareness of dynamis. To think that a power with the potential to corrupt ether has largely escaped our notice. Whether or not I believe your tale, the facts underpinning your narrative will be the source of much debate. And so understand that I act not for the sake of you or your fantastical quest. My duty demands that I apprehend Medion, and if that means Hermes as well, then so be it. Hooray! Alright, what have we got? So... Oh! He can... What kind of tank is he? The third seat. And she can be literally anything. And he is just DPS. He's a bard! He's a bard! I love it! Alright, let's see. Oh my goodness. This is certainly a place. Alright, Hytho. Do you want to dance with me?
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
Oh, there's a thing over there. Have you ever wondered whether your creation is a beneficial existence to the star? Wonder no more, for at Kisses Hyperborea, our mission is to determine the answer. From the temperate plains to tropical jungles to smoldering volcanoes to frozen fields, we put creations to the proof in a wide range of meticulously recreated environments. Will your creation be able to survive in the wider world, or will it threaten the survival of other species? The answers to such questions and more our highly trained staff will uncover. Oh, he's a Dark Knight. Well, I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. Also, I love the Vanaza dancer when she's DPSing.
I'm not entirely useless.
Hytho! Deus! Love! Stop selling yourself short like I do all the time! But Vana's arrow is an AoE. She's got the red mage version of arrow.
I see you.
Come on, Deus is being a wonderful DPS. Bards are good.
I see you over there. I see you.
Oh, Deus. I love your battle quotes. Guaranteed Esprit is such a good change. You can use Saber Dance so much more often now that it's not RNG based. And here be our first boss, Lissa. Okay, hopefully there's not any annoying mechanics like the first boss of the last dungeon. That was lucky timing.
Out of my way!
Using this thing again. I think every boss has had a tank buster like that. It's like, is that actually just the new, it's like just to determine for everyone that this is in fact a tank buster? I love their commentary this entire fight. It's pretty great. I keep forgetting to text up.
I'm not entirely useless.
You're not entirely useless. You are very useful, Deus, and I love you. 4. You don't snag the limit break immediately. Stack.
I see you opening.
I love how they just teleport themselves. Come on, pop up. Before my procs go away.
I see you opening.
Have a taste.
Well, alright, that wasn't nearly as annoying as the first boss of the last dungeon.
My way.
I'm not entirely useless.
Fighting mobs, there's not much to comment about it. Well, this area is interesting. Aha! I knew there'd be one around here somewhere. Emmett, you didn't do your job right. According to Mistress Lissa, her creation based on a concept for a bipedal wolf is based on. Okay. And indeed, it is impressively manlike in its gait. It is also highly intelligent, as evidenced by its ability to employ tools, while the gleam in its eyes give the impression that it comprehends our words. If this proves to be the case, it would be a shame that its throat isn't designed for speech. I must make mention of this in the next report. Interesting. Snatches.
My way.
She's an OG white mage because she gives us stone skin. Haven't seen it. Oh, there's a treasure chest. Okay. We are about to hit the next boss. I had a feeling. Landon Lord. Okay then.
My way.
Have a taste.
I'm not entirely useless.
Was an ether.
I see you.
It's doing pirate breath again. But for some reason they're not moving out of that direction. Oh, well that's why. Okay. So when in doubt, just stamp the NPCs. How did I get a vulnerable? But I think a bone stack fell off is what happened. Right. That's probably how I got the bone stack. Okay. But like seriously, have they marked all tank busters that way at this point, at least for dungeon bosses? Because it feels like every boss does one of those. Obviously, Deus isn't a full bard because he's not becoming a dot mage. Unless that was the dot he just put on it. Not dot mage, but, you know, dot DPS. Dot lord. Alrighty. That wasn't too painful. It would be rejected, I'm sure of it. Deus takes his job very seriously.
I cannot let you take Meteor. Not yet.
I see you.
Celestial Sphere. Whee! Emmett, you didn't do your job properly. That's right, I need to dance. I need to do my job properly.
My way.
Central aerial artifice. Oh, we are in the upper echelons of the atmosphere.
I must hear their answers before they're expunged from existence.
I'm not entirely useless.
Have at you!
Music here is very interesting. Seems a little cheerful considering the circumstances. I mean, it's suitable, but again, just a little too cheerful. Should be... Yes, here it is. Had a feeling. Hermes, swing defiance. I already killed you once. I have to fight you again? Fan Daniel?
It comes to this. I've no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
Alright then.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Dust and pain, gather to me!
Alright, don't go to the edge of the arena. It will cause pain.
Unleash your power!
Have at you!
Okay, I think this should... Oh.
Dancing winds! Pierce my bones! Stars on high! Fall as rain!
I take it we have to stand behind one of these. Probably the one that's not cracked. Oh, we have to stand over there. Okay. Well, that was unfortunate. Okay, well, now I know better. Now I know what that's all about. Got it. It's a learning experience. I will accept that death. The death on the last dungeon, I don't accept because that was just a dumb mechanic. But this one, I accept. balancing. Whee! The one that's temporary misdirection. That's what killed me when I did the last boss fight. Oh, look, it's the thing I missed. Flying life forms, an introduction. The successful creation of migratory birds, which travel between continents with the seasons, came as a breath of fresh air to a long stagnant realm of flying life forms. In the end, it was a relatively simple thing to grant creatures the ability to navigate the celestial bodies, but this method lacked the precision needed to guide them to the same location each time, as would be vital to their survival. The breakthrough came in the form of magnetic fields, the use of which was discovered by the incumbent Daniel during his tenure as Chief Overseer of Elpis. A truly inspired idea that has brought long-lasting benefit to the star. Whee! It's the one where you get an arrow spinning above your head, and then you have to... when you're moving, it locks the arrow in place and you have to move in that direction. It's what caused me to die, and it was dumb, honestly.
Lust and gale, gather to me!
Alright. Let's pay a little more attention this time.
Unleash your power! Dancing wind, pierce my foe! Stars on high, all is rain!
Okay, now we actually want to stand behind it. Well, rip me. Continuing to be dumb and not observant, but I will learn this fight in time. I am learning the fight.
Prepare yourself.
I'm not entirely useless.
Hey, they interrupted his attack. How nice.
Streams of ether, surge as one!
That's fine.
Do not underestimate.
Who would ever underestimate you, Emmett?
Here's my foe!
I'm not entirely useless. I see you.
Stars on high! All is
Meteor.
rain!
Well. Oh, this thing. Okay. Alright, so we have to go to that one in a certain direction. direction. No, we have to be at this one. I'm just not sure. Where? Alright, we'll be here. Now we want to go around this way. Alright. Okay. Pay attention and things will make sense. Fan dance for Fan Daniel. Yeah, hopefully I don't get that either of them killed for doing that. Well, they're fine. They're fine. Eat my crossbows.
I am not finished yet.
I see you.
Streams of ether! Surge is one!
Alright, give up the ghost already.
No! My power!
I still love that little flourish. And sad face. No more joy emotes when we finish dungeons anymore. Hey, I learned Enhanced Shield Samba! Hooray! Let's see, what do y'all have to say? Leave the rest to Emmett. Let us leave the rest to emet-selch. Hopefully he has calmed down a little. A merry chase he led us on. Alright, short and simple. Alright, time for cutscenes.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteion into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteion, I am so sorry. With that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. Even now their songs cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheros, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence.
Welp!
There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful.
Welp!
We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Etheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die?
Ironic that you should be saying that, Emmett.
Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does it not stand to reason that we too should be discarded?
That is sophistry, and you know it!
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. Who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish from the start. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instructions.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of emet-selch with the convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to emet-selch and Hythlodaeus. Meteion's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Welp! This,
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Would my blessing of light protect me from this? I mean, probably not, but it would be nice.
Meteor. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Well, now Fandaniel's stance on everything makes sense.
Won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteor!
But if we forget all of this, then what was the point of all this?
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with. Not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits. And no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact. And I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
She's riding side saddle. Lols. Go, Daco, go!
Almost! Very well, then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Okay, as long as we can find out that we have a way to track it.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. One remaining to execution.
Shala, get out of there!
No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Well.
Too brave by half.
Thanks, Emmett.
Exemplary work, as always, emet-selch.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was... over...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every asset. There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos!
No, Vana escaped with me. Okay. Am I riding side saddle? I didn't think I rode Argo's side saddle, but I almost look like I am.
I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations? And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteion's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emet-selch and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
So what now?
What indeed? Let us begin by ascertaining the situation at Catesis Hyperborea, where the others should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case...
Dago!
I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time? Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteion, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Venar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
I want
If
Deus'
Venar was with
hairstyle.
us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress as well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Deus forgot me.
Ah,
So sad.
well, that individual struck me as a different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Venara about it when next we meet.
I love everything about
Yes,
Deus's
you do
design.
that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteon did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
And so when he became
I doubt
sundered,
aught of interest occurred. Look
Is that
forward
why
to
he
the
remembered?
revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
oh my. The implications.
Let us rest. If only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
Okay. I was just like wondering, like, since if it would have caused him to remember not us, but remember his, if it was the sundering and him coming back to life that would have caused him to remember his despair and hatred for life and why he wanted to kill everyone. That's what I was thinking. Wouldn't have caused him to maybe fully remember us in any of this, but would have caused him to, at the very least, remember his quote-unquote purpose, which was to end us all. Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely he will create more intellectus. He poured much of himself into Meteon, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that, had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, then the media would never have been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day hence he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Fandaniel. Oh yeah, no, not Hythlo. I was talking about Hermes. Oh, curiosity. Yeah, apparently we can't take them. We can't level them up and take them in here. Sadly. We can only take them to this one dungeon, it looks like. Oh, well, sad day. Okay. As long as I finally get out of here, then I can take my break and eat food. Shalyn, listen to me. Our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince emet-selch and Hythlodaeus that they have been deceived. No, we must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the doors of Propylion. Why are these words so hard? In one fleeting moment, thou must live, die, and know. I may have listened to Answers a lot and pretty much have the whole song known, so. Except for a good bit of the part where the, I don't know, like the chorus or something, I guess it would be. Since there's two different groups singing two different things, that's a little hard for me to keep straight in my head. But everything else I can usually sing to myself, so. Yeah. I think all these quests have been Answers lyrics. Except for Hunger in the Garden. Let's see. Yeah. Words without sound. Follow, wander, stumble, listen, and thou must live, die, and know. These are all Answers lyrics. And now I get to return to my world, go find an inn room, and stick my new fancy clothes in there. Your time in this age is drawing to an end. Upon speaking to Vana, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Oh, I need food! I need food! I'm gonna take a quick break. I won't... Well, okay. I'm going to start my break now. I'm going to break, and we'll start up viewing those cutscenes, and I will eat food and take a bathroom break before that. So, oh boy. In the meantime, thank you all so much. Never cease to be amazing, and bye for now.